It's alive. We're live. That's right. All right, get that set up. Oh, we're live now. Okay, so welcome to the stream. Day 7 is what we're on right now for our building a roguelike stream in Godot. This is the first time I made a game in Godot, not counting the tutorials. And we are building a roguelike similar to Dungeon Rogue, or Reaping the Dungeon, as it's known. A mix between Rogue and Reaping the Dungeon is what I'm aiming for. That's our ultimate goal. We're gradually getting there. It's day 7. If this was a 7-day roguelike, this is what we'll be presenting today. This. We just added fighting. I think, are we going to lose this fight? It would be nice to add hit point parts. So it would be nice to zoom this in, because this is very small. It would also be nice if, oh, we can resize this window, but that does not resize the draw. I would really appreciate if that was like something we could stretch. This is whatever. We can do better. We've got time. 23 more days. This is the plans for this stream. We're going to abstractify the mob, because right now this is our mob, and this is like, I want to have more than one. So we're going to turn this into an abstract function, and then we're going to make, I'm going to call this a bug. And the reason I'm going to do that is because I found a sprite for a bug enemy. So that's the reason. We're not adding that this session. We'll be spamming out content during the weekend. But we're going to make this into a bug. Make this function, the mob function, into an abstract function. Everything should work the same. We're just setting up for being able to spam out a dozen mobs, 24 mobs, not more than 24. It'd be cool to add an HP bar for mobs. So I know that is something that neither Rogue nor Dungeon Hack does. Dungeon Rogue, not Dungeon Hack. I think you can kind of do it in Rogue. If you look at the mob, it'll tell you, like, it'll give you a descriptive, like, lightly damaged kobold or heavily mortally wounded kobold, so you can kind of glean the hit points from that. It'd be better if there was just like a little tiny bar above its head that was like 90%, 80%, 70%, 60%, 50%, you know, if it just dropped that down for us. It would also be nice if, let me add mob drops. Loot drop. It'd be nice if this thing dropped a little bit of oxygen. or something. Some money. Oh, we'll come back to that. So we make an HP bar for mobs. Then we're going to figure out how to make this able to handle more than one message. And I think the way we do that is we're going to spawn up. We're going to make an array of labels. We're going to spawn a new label, and then we're going to add it to the array, and then we're just going to like slap it into this label. And if what I said makes sense, great. If it doesn't make sense, don't worry. I'll explain it again when we get to it, and it'll make sense once you can actually see what's going on. I need to remove, I already deleted the sprite sheet because the sprite sheet is the wrong size. Removed sprite sheet for enemies. It's the wrong size. Oops. Because it's 20 by 20 instead of 16 by 16, which is not correct. That was my bad, but I can't use it. And then once we've done these 3 things, we're going to go to the design ideas. and we're going to write out a basic inventory management system. We're going to write out proper complex combat, not a placeholder combat, actual proper combat. And then we're going to code those. We're probably not going to get to anything else after that. Better level generation, zooming in. If we do have time, that time will be spent reviewing the code and fixing names. So we'll handle these things tomorrow. This list is getting smaller. That's good. I'll feel better once this gameplay is more addictive. This is not a game right now, but it definitely feels better that I can slap my way through the mobs rather than just constantly dying. So improvement, motivation, energy needed to keep coding. Let's go. Step 1, we're going to abstractify the mob. We're going to take this mob. Do we have a scene for the mob? Because we're getting rid of that, I think. I say that. I don't know how we implement an HP bar for mobs without a scene, because I don't know like how we physically put the HP bar above or below its head, or below its feet, above its head. I don't know how we do that from the code, but I'm going to try. So we take our mob. We have a folder of mobs. We're going to make a new script. We're going to call it green bug. And then we're going to take basically all of this code and put it into the green bug. And then we're going to make this an abstract function. Class name mob. Do I make this abstract? We did this with the items. Yes. Okay. So mob needs to be, the class needs to be labeled abstract. Where's mob? Mob is under M. We got an abstract class now. This init should never happen, I don't think, because we should never instantiate a mob because it's abstract. So I think I can just delete this. We have a function deal damage, but we don't need to implement that here. I think this can be good as a placeholder. In case we don't implement a deal damage function in our mob, if we want to be lazy, I don't know why we would care. Like this is pretty basic. If we want it to have behavior other than dying whenever this thing runs out of hit points, then we override the deal damage function. Otherwise, take turn. I think we want to make our AI a little more complex, but we don't have to do that yet. If we just do this, and then we go to the level gen, we don't instantiate a mob, we declare a green bug. Green bug, where is it? This is not the level. Oh, there we go. Okay, this mob is actually green bug dot new. Does it have a name? No, it doesn't. Class name green bug. Does that work? Got a green bug now. Ideally, we don't have to modulate it. Attempt to call function set modulate and base null instance on a null instance. All right. I'm pretty sure because well, this is an abstract class. It has a sprite because we have a scene that says it has a sprite, but nowhere in this class do we define that. So we actually do need to define that here. Our sprite equals sprite.modulate. Let me just go over here, grab this, set modulate, my bad. Sprite add child sprite. There we go. So now we don't need this anymore. Yeah, we do need to add the child to the level so that it gets drawn. Non-existent function set modulate in base string. Oh, I need to instantiate that, huh? Dot new sprite 2D dot new. Does that work? Sprite dot set texture. How do I set the sprite? Get wrecked. Get wrecked 2. Is pixel opaque? No. V-frames texture. Texture 2D object. Can this be a reference? Can this be a image texture? Image.load from file. What is this? We have to do all that just to make us... Okay, well, we're gonna do it. Is this? Nope. Invalid assignment of property or key position with the value of type vector2 on a base object of null. Okay, I think the problem is I declared this as a sprite. Or I didn't cast this, so sprite 2D should have a position. Invalid assignment of property or key position with value of type on a base null. How did I do this with the item? Flashlight. Oh, I did load. Oh, I just did load. Okay. What if I just do that? Invalid assignment. Okay, do I need to call it something? No, this seems to be correct. Add child sprite. Am I doing that here? Add child sprite, yeah. Where's flashlight? Okay. Set sprite. Okay, so I'm not calling this during init. I'm calling this that is an abstract function declared in item. Maybe I need to do that here. Okay, and then green bug. I mean, I would rather this be happening in the init. So before I go down this road, let me 100% rule out that this cannot be done. Does an entity have a sprite? And there's an entity name. Sprite.position. I think I see a problem. No. Okay, so we're calling doMove, and doMove is defined in the entity, and that calls the $sign sprite. So instead of the $sign sprite, because items don't move. So items don't need to worry about $sign sprite. How do I make the... Okay, is there a way for me to add a $sign sprite to a green bug? If I just call this a sprite, does that fix it? Identifier sprite not declared in the current scope. Nope. Also, the green bug is not, there's no sprite. All right, let's go to entity. Let's declare a abstract function get sprite. For the player, we're going to return $sign sprite. For a mob, fair sprite is sprite 2D. So every mob has a sprite and the player has a sprite. And we can call it, we don't need this var anymore, and this is lowercase sprite now. And then in the level function, no, where are we running into the error? Here in entity, well, instead of this, we're going to call get sprite.position. Sprite equals get sprite. I don't know why that happened. That tends to happen from time to time. Unfortunate. Is it going to recover? Nope, come on. I'm live now, please. Don't make me stop and start. Twitch is absolutely certain I'm offline right now. Stop. I hate that. That is 100% OBS. I don't know why that happens from time to time, but OBS decided my stream was done. So let me refresh this. Connect your encoder to go live. Are we not live? Oh, no, there it is. Okay, we're live now. Twitch. This says I'm back online. Okay. We are currently, our bug is not appearing, and that is, there's probably a simple reason for that. So we're adding this as a sprite here, and then in level, we're adding the mob as a sprite. Mob is a greenbug.new. Adding that as a child. And then, I mean, this things added to this as a child should just show up. It's the same logic we have for the item. So greenbug. Oh, I know the problem. That's the wrong folder. Yeah, okay, that was the problem. It's just the wrong URL. All right, I'm pretty sure we buffed up our defense for the player. Yeah, our defense is 5. How are we still like taking damage? That shouldn't have happened. We should have survived that pretty handily. Don't worry about it. We have modularized the mob, and I wouldn't say that this is a particularly done deal. Like we probably should get rid of this code. This is the default what happens. We probably shouldn't rely on the default, but here it is. I think since we're relying on the default for the green bug, we can just remove this function and things should still just work. And this function too. Things should still just work. Yeah, we're just cutting through that guy. All right. Abstracted the mob. Commit. Now we do HP bar for mobs. Okay, so I want my mobs to have an HP bar. Godot. Label 2D encode. Okay, I actually don't want text. Where's our main? Give me the UI. I want the bar. What is this? A texture 2D bar? Texture progress bar. Works like progress bar, but uses up to 3 textures instead of Godot's theme resource. Okay, so we're going to take our mob and var HP bar equals, nope, we can't do equals. Update HP bar. Func update HP bar. And this is something that by default there's nothing here. We have no HP bar, and that's fine. If you have full health, you haven't been touched, we don't want an HP bar. It's just clutter. So once you take damage, then we want to make the HP bar happen. If HP bar equals null, HP bar equals texture progress bar dot new. Okay. How do we set its position? When we create a new one, what parameters can we set? There's probably inherited parameters. So let's go to the canvas item. When we create a canvas item, we can draw, hidden, item rect changed, visibility changed. This would be so much easier if I could just use the scene. But can I use the scene? I don't think I can, because I'm not instantiating scenes anymore. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I delete this, nothing will happen. I'm pretty sure nothing happens if we just run. Game runs as it always does. We run out of oxygen after about 100 tiles and die. Yeah. So there is no scene. We got this HP. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. This sprite is in the right spot, right? Yeah. Okay. It's not like offset. Looks right. It looks right. Okay. We got our HP bar. We made it. Godot new texture progress bar encode how do. Yeah, good luck AI. Come on, tell me. Set up the textures. We instantiate the node, load the necessary textures, assign them, add the node to the scene tree, and set its properties. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, let's go to the canvas item. We're going to set a texture, and I think texture we want to set as a gradient. Texture. Set. What sets do we have? Okay, I don't want. Is there a So this is a texture progress bar. It inherits from range, control, canvas item, node, and object. Is it inheriting 5 things, or is it inheriting object? Because I couldn't do multiple inheritance when I tried. Extends entity. Godot multiple inheritance. It's a dynamic language, so you know it's not a big deal, but cool. Does not support multiple inheritance in its primary language. Use composition instead of multiple inheritance. Hello, hey Jay Blinsky, how's it going? So we've got this range. That's what we're inheriting. What can we set? We can set a texture. Not here. Can we control? Texture. Add theme icon override. Canvas item. We were just here. Draw texture. We give it a texture, a position, a modulation. We don't need to give it the modulation. That's a good default. But we give it a texture and a position. And we could probably give it a position of nothing. Position 0, 0. And that might put us exactly where we want to be. Draw texture rect. Let's try draw texture first. Okay, so we're gonna go to here. Draw texture. Okay, and then we need to pass in a new gradient 2D. Godot gradient 2D. Gradient texture 2D. So there's no functions, it's just properties. So you can set a height of like 2, a width of 16. We don't need this pass. Our gradient equals gradient texture 2D dot new. Grad dot height equals 2. Grad dot width equals 16. We gotta set a color, right? Is that what the fill is? Fill from, fill to. No, the fill is not. The fill is an enum, and these are the 3 enums, and I don't care about any of them. Gradient. There's a color transition. This is what we want. We want to create a new gradient. Set color, set offset. Set the color of the gradient at index point. Instead of a gradient bar, can we just have like a bar? Instead of a gradient texture, we just have a color texture. Godot texture that is one color. Use a color rect for simplicity, or create a gradient texture 2D with a one color stop and apply it to sprite 2D. Okay, so that we were in the process of doing that. or create a small 1x1 pixel image in an image editor. I don't want to do that. I'd rather do this in code. Color rect node. Godot color rect node. Tell me about this. Displays a rectangle filled with a solid color. If you need to display the border alone, consider using a panel instead. Well, let's do a color rect. I think we can pass that into our texture progress bar. Or color rect with a control, and then the control is as we set the width and the height. Maybe that's set through the canvas item. Color rect lets us set a color, but how do we set where the rectangle is? Godot progress bar. Oh, we don't have to use a texture progress bar. We can use a progress. We can just use this. Why did this take a font? Let's just use a progress bar. And then the progress bar takes in HP bar dot fill color. What was the function? I forget. Font color. I'm kind of scared that this is referencing font color. Color dot new. How do I set a color? I don't have to. It's not new. It's just color instantiate. 100. Identifier grad not declared. Let's just get rid of that for now. Let's get rid of that. So we have this HP bar. HP bar dot add child HP bar. What happens here? Okay, so we should see an HP bar here. Nope. Non-existent function font color in base progress bar. Oh, it's not a function, it's a property. Show percentage equals true. That's probably what this is setting. Equals. So what is this even doing? As soon as we punch, invalid assignment of property of key font color with the value of type color on a base object of type progress bar. This is a progress bar. It has the property color. It is font color. We can't set this? Damn. Know how to use a progress bar. For more fill modes, use the texture progress bar instead. Let me try using a color rect instead and see what happens if I add that. So instead of this, color rect dot new color rect dot color. Okay, well, I don't see it. So I don't know what that did. It might be something where we have to set its position. Vector 2, 0, 0. Still don't see it. Okay. Godot making a color rect appear on screen. Rect position? Try being a rect size. Ah, okay. So first of all, rect position. No, I guess it is position. Okay, but HP bar dot rect size equals vector 2. What is this? Is this correct? Invalid assignment of property or key rect size with a value of type vector2i on a base object color rect. Can we try adding a color rect? What kind of properties you got? Custom minimum size. It's just size. That's not rect size, it's just size. As a 2D object, it has size. Okay, well, you know, that's progress. What if we invert these? Yeah, okay, that's fine. And instead of starting in 0, 0, what if we start in -8, -8? Because this is a 16 by 16 pixel. There we go. That's where we want the hit point bar. I think I actually want it to be in -7, -7, but yeah, that looks correct. Now that we've made this HP bar, good job us. We need to get the percentage of health and then Okay. Multiply it by 16. The size here is not 16. Okay, so var max size equals 16. Var size size equals HP hit points divided by max hit points times max size. Round down? Okay, sure. And then instead of 16, we just type size here. And I think we can do one of these. Okay. Okay, that doesn't work. If we put it up here, it'll work. No, it won't work. All right, hold on. Print size. Oh, I wish I had made these debugs. Pretty sure they're in the combat handler. Get out of here. I'm good. I don't need you anymore. 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. Why is it 0? Oh, it's because I'm rounding. I shouldn't be rounding until I multiply. No. Mob, where are you? There you are. We're not rounding early. No, that's fine. Why is this coming out 0? HP is hit points. Size is size. HP is 9, size is 0. Okay. No. No. Clearly this round function is doing something cursed. So let's get rid of it for the moment. Wait, HP is 9, size is 0. That's impossible. Is it not respecting parentheses? No, that's not why. Why is this coming out 0? Get rid of this for now. Okay, yeah, now we have a proper size. What is max hit points? Oh, now it's working. Okay. But if I do this, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, it's 0. What? Godot, divide numbers. I think the problem is that I declared these as in my entity. I declared these as ints somewhere. No, I didn't. But I mean, this looks like an int, so I guess it's getting cast as an int. And then we're dividing 2 ints into a number that's less than 1, so it rounds down to 0. Bit of a stretch. Do I have to cast this before? Okay. The divide operation performs floating point division. At least one operation is a float, but it performs integer division, discarding decimals, and both are integers. To get decimal results from integers, cast one to a float. For safe integer division, avoiding errors like blah blah blah. Okay. So I just need to cast one. I just need to know this intrinsically, that this needs to be cast as a float. Oh, and then I need to actually set. No, I am setting. Oh, I'm not setting it. Right there. I'm not setting it outside the if statement, so it updates one time. All right, now the hit point bar is getting smaller, and it's gone. Ding! So we learned that we can't do division by integers unless we want that to be cursed, so... Great. Anyway, this function, good to go. All mobs that don't override this update HP bar, can we not call it update HP bar like that? They get this for free. Cool. Let's see, do we get a second one? Yeah. Third one? Okay, we died, but that's okay. What is this 18.3? Can we figure out? I need to be doing print debugs, not prints. It's this dir mapper. Okay. Okay. Do we want to try making this bar even smaller? Yeah, why not? Let's try things. That's what we're doing. That's the jam. Size 1. I mean, I guess that's better. I think 2 is better, actually. We could try setting this transparent. I think I like that. I think that's decent. Maybe a little less transparent. 0.7. It's kind of hard to see. The pixels are small, but yeah. Let's go with that. Added HP bar above mobs. Ding. how to figure out how to make the top message less basic. Okay. The time has come. I can't put it off anymore. Let's go to our label handler. So this thing is meant to handle our message. So we have a string. Top label.text is a string. Instead of that, we're going to have an array. Where's set message called? It should be called add message. Var message array equals array. So this is going to contain a bunch of message objects, and those message objects are going to contain two things. It's going to be a string and a counter to say how long the message should last before it goes away. So we have to create a new object for that? I think so. All right, I guess I'm doing that. Message. Let's open it up. We don't call any of these, but we do call init. Func init. Pass. Okay, we're gonna have two variables. Message equals var countdown. Timeout. Duration. Time. Okay, and then we're going to take in, we're going to have an init, and we're going to declare two things. Input is a string. That equals no message. And then time is an int. Int. Does casing not matter? That defaults to 20. Message equals, oh, and I should say duration, not time. Okay, then we gotta name this. Class name. Oh, I didn't need to make a new thing. I didn't, because we can declare inner classes. I don't need to make this. This doesn't need to exist. Get out of here. This never happened. Delete. No, we're gonna learn about inner classes now. Close, discard. This never happened. Get out. In this label handler, we can declare a new class. Class message. It doesn't need to extend node. It just needs to contain, I don't know how to declare a class. Godot inner class. Are we going to see a class getting declared in this? Nope. Class. Hold on, I saw that. Classes. By default, all script files are unnamed classes. In this case, you can only reference them using the files path. Blah, 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 blah. Registering named classes. Cool. Here's a class file example. Keep going. I know there's another way to do this. Abstract classes. Cool. unnamed classes can be abstract. Inheritance. Class constructor. Here we go, inner classes. A class can contain inner classes. Inner classes are defined using the class keyword. They're instanced using the className.new function. This is what it looks like. Easy. Oops. Boom. We did it. Apologies, I don't have enough tabs. So now, we're not just... is there... Property with inline code must go to an indented block. So we don't need either of these anymore. These are just, we don't need them. We're going to set message and we're going to take in a duration. Dir equals int 20. Yeah, this doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So top label dot text equals no. It doesn't equal that anymore, actually. MSG. I don't know. I'm running out of brain for naming things. Naming things is so hard. Why can't I just call this A equals message dot new message dir message array dot append A. Boom. Sorry, I forgot to say var. Var A. The message. The word message is appearing too many times in this code. I can't. What's another word for message? str. Okay, we've done that. Then let's have a separate function. Func update message box. This tells... Oh, I deleted the line that I was going to use. It's fine. Update message box. Here we go. Func update message box is a great function. All we're going to do is for... Okay, var final message for message in message array. Get the string. Do I need to add new lines? I bet I do. Dot append? Can I append? Okay, how do I concatenate strings? Godot concatenate. How do I glue two strings together? The plus sign, of course. Of course. Well, look at all these functions. Format, get file, hex to int, is subsequent, is valid float, JSON escape. That's pretty cool. MD5 buffer, that's the reverse of cool. Replace char. That's cool. SHA-1, SHA-2, what? To float, to ASCII buffer, to Pascal case, to really? Shoot. Should have just been using that function instead of me having to decide how to format class names. All right. There's no concatenate function. That word is too big. There's no glue two strings together function. Indent, append. Whatever. I've satisfied my curiosity. Plus equals message. Message plus new line. Invalid operands message and string for plus operator. All right, well, this is wrong. String operator plus right string appends right at the end of this string, also known as a string concatenation. No, that's right. This is correct. Oh. Because I'm doing it on the object, and I need to do it on the message. There we go. That should work. Okay, so we get the final message. Why is this a warning? Warning, don't do that. I don't mind just doing this. That's fine. This function is so small, it does not help readability that much. Top label dot text equals final message. Why is this a warning? The variable final message is modified without the compound assignment operator plus equals. With the compound assignment operator plus equals, but it was not previously initialized. That's fine. There. I initialized it. You're welcome. Take turn. Okay. For each message in the message array, message dot time minus equals 1. If msg dot time equals 0, we delete the message. msg.q free. Gone, reduced to atoms. And that's it, we're done. We can now store any number of messages. Oh, we should set a limit. We should set a limit. Okay. How can we do things in the array? What array functions do we have available to us? Can we get oldest? Is that a thing? Because that would be sick if we can just like get first. We have pop and push, so we can treat this as a stack. It's not really helpful. If we could treat it as a queue, that would be sick. Pop back. Push. What is a queue? What functions are a queue? NQ, DQ? I don't see any of that here. We got duplicate, find, front. What's front? Returns the first element of the array. If the array is empty, fails and returns null. See also back. If we erase the first element of the array, what is the first element of the array? This shifts every element's index. Okay. Okay, that's great. We're fine then. So all we have to do is get the front. If we have 6 things in the list, where's my message helper? I'm spacing out. I'm running out of space. There it is. Okay. If message array dot length size dot, what function is it? Its size. Okay. It's greater than 6. Max 6 messages. Message of. Maybe we should make a delete message function. Func delete. Okay. Is this a function? Is that why it's complaining? Okay, let's see what that does. Cannot find member first in base member array. There's not a member, there's a function. All right, what was it again? Front, not first. Good, but the invalid call, non-existent function queue free in base. Okay, we don't need to free it. It's a ref count. It frees itself, takes itself out. We just have to no longer reference it, and it'll delete itself. Cool. We have a max of 7 messages, which is, you know, the intended. If we have more than 6 messages, then we start deleting. But if we have 6 messages, then we'll add a 7th. Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is fine. This is looking more and more like a game. More and more by the minute, by the hour, by whatever. We're gonna go ahead and check that in. We can now have up to 7 messages on screen at a time. Great. Check. Can we switch the font out? I don't know how to do that, and I'm gonna look that up off stream, rather than just. No, I'm gonna do it right now. I talked myself into it. Godot font setting font. I don't have a font, so I can't like play around with this. But it takes in a font file or a monospaced image. I've seen fonts on PNGs. Is it possible to take those and use those? Is this a PNG? I don't. It's fine. Pack string array. Kerning pairs. Loading a font file. Font outlines and shadows. All right, this goes deep. This goes deep. So this is not a simple like upload a PNG and it magically works. .gif. What if we take that later? How do we zoom in Godot? I want a zoom in feature because I'm tired of squinting, and also I would like people who don't use this resolution to not feel like they're getting cheated. But also, I want to be able to zoom out. I want to have a map button, and the map button is just going to zoom out. And it just occurs to me that I meant to write this down. Make items and mobs that you can't see be invisible. I'm tired of being able to see this exit, even though my vision range is this. Okay. Okay. Let's look at how we can zoom in and zoom out real quick. Godot scale game with window. How do I make this stuff scale with the window size? Yeah. Because if I don't know if I've demonstrated this on stream. If I do this, ooh, okay. It'll I don't know what it's doing. That sure is a thing it's doing. I don't know if I like that. I want it to be bigger. Check the documentation page about multiple resolutions. It will explain what you can do. Base size can be set in the project settings under display window. We've done that, 800 by 600. What it does is not completely obvious. The engine will not attempt to switch the monitor to this resolution. Rather, think of it as the design size. To configure the stretch base size at runtime from a script, use the get tree root content scale size property, of course. Changing this value can indirectly change the size of 2D elements. However, to provide a user-accessible scaling option, using stretch scale is recommended as it's easier to adjust. I don't want to do it from a script. I just want to be able to resize the window. Resizable is even checked already. Stretch. Let's do canvas items first. I don't know what that does. Let's find out. Nothing. Viewport. Stretch the viewport. Come on. I don't know what this is doing. Aspect, keep width, keep height, expand. Scale, fractional, integer. I'm so impatient. Maybe I should have read more of the docs before just being like, I want this to be bigger. Stretch mode settings define how the base size is stretched to fit the resolution of the window or screen. The animations below a certain base size of just 16 by 9 pixels. The animations below use a base size of 16 by 9 pixels to demonstrate the effect of different stretch modes. A single sprite, also 16 by 9 pixels in size, covers the entire viewport, and a diagonal line 2D is added on top of it. Okay, if stretch mode is disabled, no stretching happens. Got it. Canvas items. Okay. In 2D, there's no longer a one-to-one correspondence between sprite pixels and screen pixels, which may result in scaling artifacts. That's fine. Okay, stretch aspect is equal to ignore the aspect ratio when stretching the screen. Keep the aspect ratio. No, we can ignore it. We can ignore it. Let's try ignoring it. Ignore. Great. Stretch, aspect, expand. None of this is working. Am I crazy? Do I initial position type, center of primary screen? Initial position, resizable, yes. Borderless, no. Should I set the scale higher? I don't even know what this does. That means I should absolutely mess with it. Oh, I like that. Unfortunately, it hid all of our UI elements. No, this would be great if it would go ahead and adjust its size, but it's not doing that. Why? Am I insane? Viewpoint, aspect, expand, scale 1, scale mode integer. And then I run, and then, nope. But I can do this. Why is it not stretching? Maybe if I set the resolution smaller. 640 by 480. And now, nothing. Wow. I don't even get, nothing. 800, 600. Okay. I would not mind resizing this game for like 600 by 400, and then just for people with monitors that are bigger than that, which is most people not on phones, you just make the window bigger and you get a bigger game. I would like that, but I don't know how to get there. Is this person just asking that in every... You can try different scaling options like canvas items, which will stretch the items instead of the camera. No, I want to stretch the camera. Stretching the camera sounded great. And this person never got an answer. Oh. Oh. There's just an option here at the top that I'm not... Okay, brilliant. Definitely not meant for widescreen. Hey, let's keep that aspect. Okay. We can definitely adjust this for whatever. We can mess around with the resolution. It should not affect us that much to mess around with the resolution. Like the game should be fine, so we can put that off. We don't have to commit to that right now. But it turns out that the reason our game has been this small is because there's this option right here that we could have just pressed at any time. Override the in-game camera. Interesting. What does that mean? Manipulate in-game. How do I do that? I would like to manipulate. Whoa. Mute game audio. We don't have game audio. Show list of selectable nodes at position clicked. That was an option this whole time? Show list of selectable nodes at position clicked. Or Control-Alt right click shows me everything at a clicked location. It's not doing that. This is a lie. I'm getting nothing. What does this mean? I want to know. Toggle selection visibility. Oh, do I need to, okay. Oh, I can do that? Control-Alt right click. Oh, I can click on the player. Look at that. I can click on the level. Hello, I finally caught you streaming live. Welcome. I've just discovered that you can right click on nodes. I've never explored anything up here. We can pause. There's no nodes here, but there's a collision shape. There's a player. There's a level. There's the level. All right, let's resume input. Let's go into that exit. Now let's click. What do we got here? We got a node 2D and a tile map layer. I don't think. Okay, there's the sprite. There's definitely supposed to be a mob here. Why can't I click on it? Maybe that's what this node 2D is. It's just not named. It's named node 2D. Deal with it. So I don't know what selecting it does, but neat. Neat. Started watching your Godot playthrough and currently in the middle of part 2. It's a lot of content. And gonna be going for a while because we got 23 more days. 23 more days. Oh boy. Okay. We have zooming in solved. Now we need to put the code aside for a bit because we need to talk about basic inventory management and combat. Before we just start haphazardly slapping them into the game, we need to think about what we're going to design. And there are a lot of ways we could go. There are a lot of correct answers, and I did look up how various roguelikes mathematically are doing their combat. And what we have right now, believe it or not, is good enough. It's in the ballpark of what roguelikes are doing. I think they're not doing things based on a 1 to 10 scale. They're doing things on a 1 to 20 or a percentile scale. But whatever. That's just a matter of like 5% versus 10%. The logic is the same. So all that to say, if we just don't touch this, if we just leave this alone and we add in like items that affect the attack value and defense value, that is sufficient for a roguelike. That will give us something like Rogue. That will also give us something like Reaping the Dungeon. So I did not look at the Reaping the Dungeon code because I don't have it. It's not open source. But when you play the game, it's very upfront about how this weapon has an 85.05% chance to hit. And you have a 1% chance to dodge. It's upfront about it. It's not hidden. So, you know, I know that it's basically the same idea. There's no complicated math. There are a few roguelikes that have a quadratic formula going on for calculating, like, your defense value is like logarithm 2 of x plus half of your defense value minus the sum of the number of things. It's like some complicated formula. We could do that. There's no wrong answer here. But before I move into actually deciding what kind of combat I'm going to do, because I have decided, and what kind of inventory system we're going to do, I want to call out. There's 3 things that I think are really important that we need to get buttoned up for our roguelike. We need to get movement buckled up, because that's the thing you do the most in this game. You're spending most of your time moving around, and we want that to be as pleasant and fun and enjoyable as possible. And from a design perspective, I don't really know how to make movement fun. That's more of a programmatic challenge / you don't make movement fun. You make it not unfun, and then you just hope for the best. I don't know. There might be a smarter way to look at that. I don't know how to do movement. I don't know how to do movement from a design angle. There's combat, and combat is very much a core part of like what makes a roguelike fun, because this is your lose condition. So you want it to be something that the player really enjoys and attaches to, and is not like, ugh, every time combat happens. It doesn't have to be complicated. It can be simple. Doesn't have to be complicated. Can be simple. What I'm thinking is that we should make something that is more complicated than not, because each element of combat that we implement now as in tomorrow, gives us a little bit more design space for creating content. And what do I mean by that? So we are making monsters, and all of the monsters are going to attack the player. And in a simple system, that attack is just 50% chance that the monster does 1 damage to the player every time, forever. And that's pretty basic. We can't really differentiate what makes some monsters more interesting than others. If we make that a more complicated system, then we have more opportunities to say, like, okay, this is a small monster, so it has small attacks. This is a big monster, it has big attacks. We can represent that in various ways by pulling on the levers of the system. So the more levers we give ourselves in the code, the more opportunities we have to vary the combat content. Now base Rogue has a less complicated system for sure. You walk into an enemy, you punch the enemy, there's an attack roll, It either succeeds or it fails. If it succeeds, you do damage. The way that Rogue differentiates its monsters is, in addition to that basic combat, there's also a like special attack that about half the monsters have. Sorry, I drank water too fast. Whoops. Let me see if I can go bring up Rogue Wiki monsters. This looks like a good wiki to represent. Here's the list of monsters in Rogue. They have a treasure value. They have a flag, MFR, M for mean. They're just hostile, I guess. F for flying. They're harder to hit. R for regeneration. Excuse me. G for greedy. Greedy monsters attempt to pick up gold when you enter a room. All right. I for invisible. So they have varying amounts of AC. They do varying amounts of damage. And then they have these notes. So Aquator's rust armor. Bats can fly random. Okay, that's not really a note. Dragons have a flame attack. Venus flytraps can trap the player. Ice monsters can freeze the player. Leprechauns steal gold. Medusas confuse. So these are writers tacked on to try and make the monsters interesting. Because if you omit all of the monsters that don't have a special attack, it's kind of hard to differentiate a centaur from an emu, from a griffin, from a hobgoblin. Like, they might blend together to the player. So the more options we give ourselves in the design phase, the more opportunities we have to vary the combat. So trying to think. Okay. So I'm not going to spend too much time thinking about a system. I'm going to steal a system from another game that I think will work here. It might not. And if it doesn't, I'll take the fall. If you're familiar with Star Wars X-Wing Assault, thumbs up. And if you're not, Star Wars X-Wing Assault is a board game / miniatures game with combat resolution done with attacking dice and defensive dice. And the way it works is everything in the game has an attack value and a defense value. And if your attack value is 3, you take 3 attack dice, you roll them, and then you interpret the results. I'm gonna implement the Star Wars X-Wing Assault system here. I'm going to say it's a system inspired by Star Wars X-Wing, because we're not just going to literally rip the system whole cloth, because, I mean, we can do better. Everything has an attack and evasion value. During an attack, the attacker that is a number, e.g. 3, rolls a number attack dice equal to their attack, d8 attack dice. The defender rolls evasion dice equal to the number evasion. And then on the dice are not simple like 1 through 8 dice. The attack dice, 3 of the sides do damage. One of the sides is critical hit. And then 2 of the sides are eyeballs, focus symbols, which they are blank unless you have focus, and then they are damage. And then likewise, evasion dice. There are 3 sides on there that are evade. So every evade you roll cancels 1 damage. And then there's no crit. There's no critical evasion. That's blank. But there are 2 eyeballs, which if you are focused, you can turn those into evades. If you are not focused, then those are blank. So statistically, attack dice are better than evasion dice because there's 4 sides on the attack dice that do damage, and there's only 3 sides on the evasion dice that avoid damage. Each die has a 1 in 8 chance of rolling a crit, and crits are where we can put in our interesting bits to make the monsters stand out. So every time a monster crits, something specific to that monster happens, like it drains life, or it spawns another monster, or it freezes the player, or something. It does a thing. So that's where we're going to put our special sauce. That's where we're going to make the monsters different. We can also apply that to the player, so we can stack things up so that whenever the player gets crit, their inventory may affect like how that crit applies. Like if the player has something explosive in their inventory and they get crit, there's a chance that it blows up immediately, or there's a chance that the battery gets hit and they lose a lot of power, or the oxygen tank gets hit and they lose a lot of oxygen. Stuff like that. Likewise, the player can crit, and then we can, that's an opportunity to make weapons that do cool things. Like whenever this weapon crits, it turns the enemy into gold, and then now you have a ton of gold. That's okay. Let me actually write this down. Attacking dice have crit results and hit results, and eyeball, which can be turned into hits if something happens. Whoops. Get that out of here. Evasion dice have evade results and eyeballs. Evades cancel out 1 hit or 1 crit if there are no hits left to cancel. Okay. There's one more thing to note from this system. The first couple of hits on a target don't count, or they can't crit. The first couple of hits on a target cannot crit. The way that's implemented in Star Wars is most ships that matter have shields, and whenever you hit a ship with shields, you subtract from the shields instead of doing a crit. Whenever you do damage, or whenever you would crit, you instead get canceled out and you subtract a shield. So we don't need to have shields in our game, but we can still grab the idea and just say the first couple of hits on a crit target cannot crit. So we can be mean with the crits. So we can have like a Medusa enemy where if they crit, the player instantly gets turned to stone. But we don't have to worry about like if the player's at full health, they don't have to worry about like instantly losing. They get a chance to get out of there first. We can be meaner with the crits if we have this feature. So let me ways we can how do I phrase this? Ways we can create interesting content. Monsters with varying attack and defense dice. So we can say the default is a D8, and here are the default sides. But this guy's a big monster. He's got a D12, and half of the results on that are crits. They're all crits. It's 6 crits, 2 damage sides, and then the rest are blank. So like really mean dice. We can say this other monster, really tiny, has tiny dice. Can't crit. There's no crit at all on theirs. We can do that. We can vary the attack and evasion dice, whatever. These are notes. They don't have to be precise. We populate critical effects through the monster, a base set of crits, the monster's special effects, the player's inventory. Be very easy to do that in the code. It will be very easy to test things out and go, oh, that doesn't work. Throw it away. Did OBS crash again? YouTube is spacing out. No? Okay. My test stream is still up. YouTube is spacing out on my computer. But whatever, we continue. So we implement this with this combat system. Hopefully that is a good thing. So what we need, I'm going to stub out what we need. So we have our combat handler. It needs to be able to handle the combat. We have mobs, I should say entities, because that includes the player. Mobs and players. They need to provide attack dice. Can be default. Evasion dice can be default. Crit effects. And for mobs, these are hard-coded. For the player, these come from the inventory, plus some hard-coded ones. I'm surprised I typed hard-coded correctly there. Okay, so handles the combat, rolls the dice from the entities, calculates the results, applies any crits. Done. Done, 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 done. Okay, so we need crit effects to come from the inventory, so we also need items to have crit effects. What happens if this item is critted? Now, you can't attack items. I'm not coding that in. But if the player is holding an item and they get crit, you know. All right. So that is our task list for implementing the final cut of combat. Not a placeholder, we'll come back to this later. We put this in, we're done with combat. Combat is done. The backbone of combat is done. We still have to make the content, of course. We have to add like the weapons, the mobs beyond what we've already added, that sort of thing. I don't know why I'm adding equals there. This should be fine. Thank you. Inventory. So I've thought about this and I've kind of waffled on what we were going to do for inventory. So in Rogue has a big bucket inventory system. You press the I key, you get the entire list of the inventory that you're carrying. I don't know if there's a limit to the number of things you can carry. I think there's a limit in terms of like weight. I don't know if there's a limit in terms of like you can only carry 26 items, but it's a big list. It's managed through like you have to press W to wear something. Many different keys, e.g. press W to wear. I think there's like a P to put on ring. P to put on ring. That kind of thing. There's Q for quaff. It's simultaneously simple and complicated at the same time. In Reaping the Dungeon has many small inventories. So you've got, I mean, Rogue has something for your money. Reaping the Dungeon has something for your money. But there's also 6 other small inventories for like copper, silver, gold, the 3 gems. You've got an inventory for your crystals, not your crystals, your map orbs. You've got a separate inventory for your mushrooms. And then you've got buckets for you've got a big bucket for your weapons. You've got a big bucket for your items. But those are separate buckets. So I shouldn't say big bucket. Small inventory for weapons, separate small inventory for items. There we go, I got there in the end. Separate inventory for map orbs, separate for mushrooms. And I don't know if there was a weight limit in Rogue. In Reaping the Dungeon, there's a weight limit. But it's really hard to like manage because you can't drop most items that weigh things. Like you can't drop your gold. You can't drop your copper. Oh, most of your weight actually comes from your cells, and you can't drop your cells. So the weight limit is kind of non-interactive. You can level it up. You can buy more weight limit, but that's it. So where does that take us? I don't know. I don't want to have something complicated. I don't think that's an asset for the game. I think we can keep it simple. But having only one weapon and only one tool is kind of boring. It's not technically you only have one weapon and one item because you can swap, and I'm pretty sure you can swap as a free action in Reaping the Dungeon. But that's so annoying that you basically have one weapon and you have one item. So what if we have 2 hands for weapons? We have 2 item slots. I'm going to say left shoulder and right shoulder. 2 shoulders for items. I'm going to say not items, for tools, which are a form of item. And then we have a belt for items. And that belt has a limited space. I don't know, we can just say we have 8. We'll just take it directly from Diablo. 8. I think Diablo is 10. 10. The idea for having 2 hands is that we can have 2 weapons. Having 2 weapons is more interesting than having one. In terms of like you can have options. So we can make weapons that are optimum for different situations. So we can have a weapon that's like, it's a long range weapon. It does range attack. And if you attack at range 5, and we'll have to put this information up front, its crit effect is amazing. And if you attack at any other range, its crit effect is garbage. And then we can have your base, I don't know. This might not be a good, I'm not confident in this. But I feel like there's potential. So I'm going to implement the inventory system like this. And I don't want to commit to this. I don't want to say this is the final system. This I'm pretty confident in. I'm pretty confident this is going to be the final system. Not confident in this. But if I write it out, if I write it out in a clean way, it should make it easy to rip up and put in the final system. So I'm going to spend the rest of the stream implementing a basic inventory management, adhering to this, and then I'm going to do it in a way that is, I'm going to try to not write just sloppy code like I've been doing for the most of this game jam. Let's actually try and think, what design patterns can we apply? So we've got this player, and do we want to have an inventory handler? I think we do. I think we want to have the player, we want to give them an inventory handler, and then the inventory handler handles all of their inventory for them. So, new node. We got an inventory handler. We're going to give it a script. Okay, and we want to make it so that whatever the player does, it leverages the inventory handler for most of the work. And that way, it's easier to swap out if we mess up. Okay, so inventory handler needs to handle like hands and shoulders. So I'm gonna var hands are slots for weapons, shoulders are slots for items. Array. We don't even have weapons yet. I haven't even defined that yet. We haven't defined weapons or items. I shouldn't call them items. I should call them tools. Inventory handler is a great idea. Also, I'd make inventory items as a custom resource with your properties. What's a custom resource? I don't know what a custom resource is. I'm gonna go ahead and make a new folder. Tools. We're gonna make a new script, the tool. Tools extend items. And then the flashlight is a tool. It's not an item anymore. It's a tool. What does that mean? Doesn't mean anything yet. We'll get to it. A tool means that it goes on a shoulder. Maybe I shouldn't call it shoulder. Maybe I should call it something better. Call it something more generic. Weapon slots. Tool slots. We don't have weapon yet. Let's go ahead and make that. Make a new folder. Weapon. We haven't defined any weapons yet, and that's fine. Add a new script. Call it the weapon script. This is going to extend item. Did I need the class name? I don't remember doing that for tools. Yeah, I didn't do it. So you can make a script that extends a resource, not a node, and create some export var properties in the script. I can make another script, is what you're saying? This should be abstract. You can then create a resource in the file manager that is your class name. Where's my weapons? Didn't I? Did I not save this? There we go. Okay. So you make a script. So I have to make another script that extends a resource. What is a resource? Resources are data containers. Good. That's promising. Nodes give you functionality. They draw bytes. Resources are data contained. They don't do anything on their own. They use the data contained in the resources. Anything Godot saves or loads from disk as a resource, be it a scene, an image, a script. Okay. You can then create a resource in the file manager that is your class name. Resources and nodes can be exported. That means the value gets saved along with the resource they're attached to. And they get transferred over when using RPCs. What are RPCs? Remote call procedures. So are you saying that I should... Hold on. This is not the inventory handler. Is it? Did I goof? Oh, I did. What? Should I export these? Is that what you're suggesting? And then create a resource in the file manager that is your class name. I don't know if I follow. Expected type collection after Okay, so we have this inventory handler, and we want to be able to handle up to 2 things in each weapon slot and tool slot. Oh, no, sorry. We also have a belt. This is where everything else goes. Export var belts, item slots. Okay, that's not true. We also want to have probably like resource, like gold, silver, and whatever. Gold equals 0. 0, copper equals 0. I don't know. We need 3 resources because that's a number. That feels right. And then we can spend those at spendable places. We can spend those at shops to get items, to get tools. Okay, so we have a space for weapon. To the inventory manager, you export weapon slots as an array of weapons or tools. The weapon and tool script should extend resource. Like that. Node export is only supported in node-derived classes, but the current class inherits resource. Okay. So I thought I would have more code to write, but I'm out of ideas. What am I doing here? Okay, so the player has weapons. So okay, we need to get func okay, so let's say we have no weapons and we want to add a weapon. That should be easy. Func add equip weapon. Weapon. Okay. Slots. Num weapon slots. Equals 2. I love hard coding things. If weapon slots dot size is greater than num weapon slots. Return false. No, we need to replace one of the weapons. So maybe we return a weapon. Dot first front. Ret. Then slots dot append wep turn ret. Else turn null. Okay. Do you have the weapon script? Yeah. Should I be doing something here? I don't know. I'll come back. I wish I could put scripts up here. Toggle distraction free mode. Okay. Make the script editor floating. And what the item script extends. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what I would export here. Wouldn't be the sprite. I haven't watched this part yet. What is the position for it? That's where the item is, like in the world. Like, so you can go pick it up. Like, that's an item. I know it's the images are all the same because I don't have placeholder, but that's a flashlight. I just picked it up. Position. Done. I thought the item should be a data container. Well, I mean, I gotta put it in the world somewhere. How else am I going to go get it? You know? Items are things you pick up. Technically, this is an item too. The exit is an item. Items are just things you can walk over. So that's why we're making tools and weapons, so we don't put the exit into our inventory handler, you know? Could that happen? Yes, that could happen. That could very much happen. Do we need to set up something in our flashlight to say, hey, when you walk over me, pick me up. Don't just delete this. Yes, we do need to do that. Will we do that soon? Yes, we will. That can go in the tool. I can go in the item function, really. And then we'll change it out for exits. Exits specifically don't want to collide, don't want to go in an inventory. So we can override. Inventory handler. So we equip a weapon. We have a function for that. Cool. We have a function for equip tool, and it's going to look exactly the same, but we're going to use tools instead. Tool equals tool. Returns a tool. I imagine if we try and equip a weapon when we already have two weapons, it'll go into the belt. If it, I should do that logic here. I should not just assume that. Why should func overflow to belt? We're not going to return here. We're just going to overflow it to the belt. And then if it can't go into the belt, we'll just drop it. We don't need to return anything. We'll just put it on the floor. Our items, we can just do that. We've already set that out. So we're good. Item. I don't know why I'm even calling the overflow to belt function. Shouldn't this be add to belt instead of overflow? Maybe. Let's just keep writing and then see if we can figure this thing out. We're not returning. Var number tool slots equals 2. Var num item slots equals 10. Okay, so if the belt is full, if belt slots dot size, maybe item data should be independent from node 2D properties. Item data should contain all the information while the item can be. I'm not refactoring the entire thing just to make that work. We've committed to this world, so this is the world we're living in. Dot size is greater than num belt calling it belt? Calling them item. Then we drop it on the floor. We take the thing we just picked up and we drop it on the floor. Item dot could that result in an infinite loop? So if we pick something up, but our inventory is full, so it immediately goes back onto the floor. I think that could result in an infinite loop. So we need a way to flag items to say just dropped. Do not pick up. Maybe it won't, because thinking about it, when the movement handler is handling movement and it's looping through all items, do movement, take turn. Okay, so we go to the player, player.doMove. Take turn is actually empty. Where's doMove? Is that handled at the entity layer? It must be. Go to the entity doMove. So we loop through and we go for item and level.items. If the target loc equals the grid mapper pixel to grid, then we do a collision. This is poorly named. Then we step on the item. In most languages, this for loop does not reevaluate. So we won't hit an infinite loop. But if we add something to the level.items array during this function, it is liable to ruin everything that's going on here, because when we pick up the item, wait a minute. So we just learned today that when we erase something from an array, it shifts all of the indexes in that array immediately, which is not a great performance, not great for performance. If we're adjusting the level item array during this, there's a chance that we're skipping items. So if the item array consists of 3 flashlights, flashlight 1, flashlight 2, and flashlight 3, and we pick up flashlight 1, the pointer is pointing at flashlight 1 in the array, but we've removed it, so everything they shift over, the pointers point at flashlight 2, and then we shift the index, and we never evaluate if we're also stepping on flashlight 2. That doesn't work. That's a bug that we haven't encountered yet, because our game is not complicated enough to run into that bug. But we have a bug to fix. How do we fix that? What design pattern can we use to fix that? So when we pick up an item, we don't want to erase the item. And we don't want to queue free, so we're not going to queue free it. what we can do is put some handlers on this item and this mob thing. So instead of just directly calling remove mob, add mob, or instead of just calling the array and tinkering with it directly, we can put some handlers in front of it. I already have this remove mob here. Maybe cycle to the back of the array. No, that's just that's going to result in one item getting pointed at twice. So we just need to make these arrays atomic, or not atomic, constant while they're being evaluated. And we can do that. That's not a problem. We just need to make some getters and setters. Why do I have this remove mob? I know what I'm doing. I'm just thinking. Items. So everything that messes with item. Let's look at all the code that messes with items. This is going to be painful. This fix is going to be painful. Just kidding. It's actually very simple because we only have one item. So actually, because we're so far behind in our coding, we don't have much work to do. Func remove item. Entity, item. So instead of just going into items dot erase item, instead of doing that, and we also want one for add item, we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is create a func to add, a var to add, and to remove. Or instead of that, what we could do is whenever we're doing the level handler, sorry, not the level handler, whenever we're doing the movements, instead of just grabbing the level.items, we can grab a copy of this, and we can do the same for mobs. For mob and level.mobs. We can just grab a copy of the array because there is an array.copy. So actually that's a much easier fix. We should still have a function for removing items and then just call that. I'm not going to call queueFree, actually. Maybe I shouldn't call mob.queueFree here. I should call it in the mob. Not to fix a bug, but just in case we run into this problem in the future. So what we're going to do to fix this problem is we're going to go to our entity, and we're, instead of doing this, var item snapshot equals level.items dot copy. What is it called? Godot array copy. Note, erasing elements while iterating over arrays is not supported and result in unpredictable behavior. Thanks. Duplicate. No, we want a deep copy. Oh, but that's painful. This is a non-performance solution. But maybe that's fine. Let's try it. Duplicate. So now we can modify the item grid to our heart's content during this. Not a problem. So if we pick something up, we can throw it back on the ground and we will not cause an infinite loop. Item snapshot. And then I think we need to free this. Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, this is a problem because now we're claiming, now we've duplicated the items, but we're not affecting the original items. No, that doesn't work. Just kidding. Back to our original. Level.items. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to our level, and we're going to say, hey, when you remove an item, don't remove it from the array yet. Mark it for removal. And when you add an item to the array, mark it for removal. Don't add it yet. So we need a class item promise, I guess. It contains an item and then either it's going to be an add or a remove option. Int it's not called int. Add op equals int. Unexpected class identifier in class body. There we go. Okay. It's just a matter of that. Okay, so create promise func create promise input item and then sign int. So we take in an item and then we promise to add it or remove it from the array. So we I don't know. This is all we need. Actually, we don't need this create promise. We just need init. And then we item equals input, sign equals op. And then we say func op. No, we don't do that at this level. We have to determine if we're adding or removing, but we don't do that at this level. Okay, so I don't think you'll ever have to worry about performance unless you're doing something like hundreds of times per frame. So you'll notice it. It's still good practice to have it run smoothly or excessively performant. We do not have great optimization at the moment. So you are right that I should not worry too much about it. Var item promises equals a array item okay, and then to remove an item, we go to item promises dot append item. Now I have to worry about every for loop where I'm calling erase. In fact, I'm going to do that right now before I finish this thought, because it's burning my delete message. That's not in a for loop. Good. Get parent, not in a for loop. Unless this collision is being called in a for loop, which it is. Oops. Is delete message being called in a for loop? It is not. Okay. Weapon slot. Okay, so don't worry about the inventory handler. We haven't done that yet. Didn't I? What? Erase. Why is it flagging on this? This is not erase. Okay, it is flagging on this. Remove mob. That is a problem if we're ever calling this inside of a for loop. All right, whatever. Func resolve promises. Okay, for item promise in item promises, if item promise dot op is greater than 0, that means this is an add operation. Item dot append item promise dot item. Oops. New item -1. If item dot promise dot op is less than 0, items dot erase item promise item. There we go. That'll do. We just have to call this function at the end of our loop. Maybe we can do it when we redraw visibility. Maybe we shouldn't, but we're not done actually, because we don't want to. We do need to clear this array. How do I delete the array? Like, replace the array. Append, assign, back, clear. Clear. Boom. Okay, now we did it. Now we did it. Okay, now we just need to call this function whenever we are ready. We can do the same design pattern for mobs too. If I go research and find out that the mob function that I have is cursed. So in entity, oh, I wish there was a way to say like, whenever you access the level item array, you lock it, and then you have to unlock it, or else the game explodes. Level items. So the only time that we're going to be picking stuff up is during movement. So if we're not moving, we're not picking stuff up. So I think putting it here, level dot item, resolve item promises. Doing that there is fine. It's kind of gross, but I don't know how to how to put a hook on whenever you access this in a loop. At the end of the loop, call this. Expected indented block. Oh, yeah. This code is so not ready. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why is it taking so long? Oops. Oh no, I can't save. You can't save this. Not all code paths return a value. You know what? There we go. Why was it doing that? All right. Verifying that. Don't really have a good test bed to test out items, but I'm verifying that what we have right now is still technically functional. Whatever. We have done a thing. We fixed a bug that we didn't even encounter yet. I'm worried about mobs having the same bug. I don't want mobs' turns to get skipped because a mob died, but I think that is happening. So if I punch a mob on my turn, is that being handled by the entity, or are mobs moving? Nope, that's actually separate. So as long as we don't call that function during take turn, combat handler attack. As long as we don't implement mobs attacking each other, we're good. We don't have to do this. We don't have to worry about it. Oh, but I did want to have mobs that attack each other. I want to have friendly mobs. Let me add a note. If we ever have mob infighting or friendly mob attackers, we need to implement a mob promise in the level.gd file. Cool. Note made. Otherwise, we're good. Otherwise, we are good. Back to the inventory handler. We're equipping a tool. We're adding to belt. Okay, so now that we've done that, we have the technology to drop items if our inventory is full. And it won't cause an item to get skipped in the array or anything like that, because we helpfully gave ourselves an add item function. Like that. If the item slot size is greater than the num item slots, then we don't add this to the belt. We add this to the ground. Item, get parent, which is the player. How do I get the player script? What does the player know? Does the player have the level? No, they don't. So we need to go to the main. So we need to get parent twice. Can I get parent? Nope, this does not take parameters. To get parents gets us to main. Dot. Main has a level for sure. Because if main doesn't have the level, then who does? There it is. There's the level. Dot level dot add item. The item. There we go. Return false. Is it just called bool with lowercase b? Okay. We don't want to erase. No, we do want to erase this. We want to. Sorry, I think I need to refactor this to use our new add to belt function. Equip weapon. So we take in a weapon. If we have too many weapons, we take the weapon in the front slot, and then we remove that. We append our new weapon, and then we need to add to belt. Right, okay. And then this will return false. False if the weapon, if something was dropped. That's a dumb thing to return. Why is that the logic? I don't know. What if we just don't return? We'll return later if we come back to this problem. I feel like we need to return something to tell the game this was a successful or this was a fail, but I don't know how we do that. Okay. I don't know what we need to return yet. Done. Else. Add to belt. Nope, that's this function. We don't call ourselves. We're not recursing. Item slots dot append item. Okay. Cool. Now we have the add to belt function. Equip tool. Good news. We can just copy this, but instead of weapon, we just say tool. Tool slots dot size. Num tool slots. Tool slots dot front. Tool slots. Tool slots. Tool. 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 Easy. Evening. Hey, Timothy. How's it going? We have an add to belt. Let's get a remove from belt. Actually, let's get unequip weapon and unequip tool. I don't know why I copied that, because the unequip function is going to be super easy. Weapon. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I could change this code. I could take this code over here, put it here, and then I could just call unequip weapon, unequip front. Simpler. And then for unequip weapon, we don't need this ret because we already have the weapon. Just erase the wep, add to belt wep. We did it. Just been watching the cool series, The Vampire Diaries, like Buffy, you know. It's good stuff. I think I've seen that one before. Early in the morning. Time zones. I'm a fan of universal greeting time, but I'm not going to complain at the same time. It's always morning when you come in, and it's always evening when you leave. But at the end of the day, it's just about saying hello and goodbye. So don't need to overthink it. Item. So we can, okay, so just to make sure I didn't goof. Okay, so if there's too many weapons, we unequip the weapon in the front, and then we append. And unequipping the weapon is, you take the weapon, you remove it from the weapon slots, and then you add it to the belt. And then the belt says, if there's space, we did it. And if there isn't space, throw it on the ground. Where is this going to end up on the ground? Maybe we need to set it to position. Item.position equals. Oh, if we're adding this item, we need to take it out of the level and put it into the player. Well, it doesn't have to be in the player. It can be in the inventory handler. We do have to do that. So, if we add child on something that's already a child, Godot add child twice. Is it safe to just add the child multiple times, or is that going to throw an error? Hold on. A node can only have one parent. Calling add child on a node that already belongs to a scene tree will result in an error message. I don't know. Let's test it. Let's get some tests going. Let's finish this function though. Item slots dot erase item or tool. It should be called unequip tool. Tool. Add to belt tool. Da 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 da. Let's go pick up a flashlight and then put it down. Okay. How do we do that? There are many ways to do that. This is not a hard problem. I'm just spacing out. So instead of this collider, we can call get level, get parent. That's the level dot. Oh wait, we have the entity. No, get parent should still give us the level. What was I doing? Godot remove child. How do I unparent this item? Remove child. Get parent dot remove child self. But first we want to call the level has a function that we just made, remove item. Item promises. Get parent dot remove child self. I think we want to call out a difference from the inventory handler between picking up something and picking up something from the ground and equipping something from our inventory. So maybe the way that we implement that is that everything has to go through the belt. So when you drop something from the weapon, it goes to the belt, and then the belt throws it to the ground. Yeah. So add to belt is something that is add to belt. Check to see if this has a parent. If item dot get parent. Is there a way to like check parent? Godot check if parent. Returns an empty node if the node lacks a parent. Is an empty node null? Can we just equals no? Then add this to the inventory handler. Add child item. The belt adopts any item that gets handed to it if that doesn't have a parent. This might need to be an empty node. Is an empty node equal to 0 in Godot? Okay, null. So null is correct according to ChatGPT, according to Gemini, which I don't trust, but whatever, we'll test it. Are we sure about this? Okay, and then we've adopted the item. Now, if the belt is full, immediately disown the child. and give it to the level. Where? I don't know where it's going to end up. That's what we're about to test. How do I drop item? Func drop item from belt. Item. Been playing new campaign, just download for Keeper FX. Too nice. Get parent dot level dot add child. Okay, so we can't drop the item from the belt if it's not in the belt. We can call erase on our item slots, because if erase doesn't find anything, no harm, no foul. Item slots dot erase item. If it doesn't exist, who cares? Erasing elements while iterating over arrays. Nope. If the value does not exist in the array, nothing happens. Ding. So we have the ability to drop items from the belt and add items to the belt. Shouldn't you add item to the level at the right position? I don't know where that is. That's the problem. What we might end up doing is writing a level dot add function. But so what we might do is, if we let the inventory handler manage where the item goes, we can put it in the player position. Totally fine. Or if we hand it to the level, we can tell the level anytime an item is added, it needs to, like, no, I don't know. It'd be best if it was handled from the inventory handler. I just don't know how to set that. Theoretically, at player position, I mean, that might work. That might not work. Can try. Item dot position, because I don't know what's happening to the position, because the item is always parented to something. So when it's parented to the level, its position is never moving. But when it's parented to the player, I mean, it's not parented directly to the player's player, parented to the inventory handler. It might already be at the player position because it's parented to the player, because we had it as a child. Does that work? No, what if we want to pick up weapons from the ground and tools from the ground? What if we don't want to just go through the belt? In fact, what if when you pick up a weapon, it goes to the weapon first, and then, well, that's easily func check parent. Item. Check parent wep. Check parent tool. I'm gonna get back to Vampire Diaries. Have a good one. Have fun. I would like to be able to, okay, so we have unequip. We have, so flashlight is not currently a tool, so it's a belt item. So what we can do is we can say, I think we have to define a new key. Like when I press P, drop the flashlight. P. Oh, I don't know. What's an action I can call? P drop. Add new keyboard button. There it is. Okay, when we press P drop, go to main. No, P drop. Then we go to our inventory handler. Dot. We don't have that declared in this function yet. Coming soon. Oh, why? No, yeah, okay. I dragged the wrong thing. There we go, inventory handler. There you are. Dot. If. Thank you. So many. Drop item from belt. Func. Drop first item from belt. Drop item from belt. Item slots dot front. There we go. We can call that function. Okay. Then we go to our flashlight and we need to configure this. Remove item. Did the inventory handler commit to removing the parentage? No. No, that's too much. But we can have this and then so this is now unparented, but we have an entity collider dot inventory handler. It just occurs to me main does not have the inventory handler, so this is wrong. That should be declared in the player. There we go. You have an inventory handler, my player. Save. Go back down here. Player.inventory handler. Drop first item from belt. When we press the P button, if the node was detached from the tree and stored only inside the array, then its position won't be updated with the player's position. That makes sense, but I want to test it and find out. That's why I'm doing this. We go to the flashlight. We are gonna dot add to belt self. That should be it. So we should go over here, pick up this flashlight. Actually, invalid access to property or key inventory manager handler. And I actually don't want to do this. I actually want to create a player function called get item. Func get item. Item. Inventory handler dot add to add to belt. Is that, why isn't that auto completing? Hello? Yeah, and then we'll just call get item instead of the thing that we're doing. Get is not a good word for that. Whatever. This is just a placeholder. You got the flashlight. Okay, that didn't do what I thought it would do. All right, and if we press P, there's no response indicating that this is happening. Let's go into the inventory handler. Print. Yep, I'm dropping the item slots dot front. Yep, I'm dropping the node 2D at 7. Is that what this is? That is. There it is. I dropped it. Didn't get picked up, didn't get moved. Well, that's curious. So, okay, it makes sense that it is not disappearing because it's not being deleted. So we're not hiding it. So we're going to go into inventory handler. When we check in the parent, we're also going to set visible to false. Item.visible equals false. And then when we drop the item from the belt, we're going to make item.visible equals true. And we do need to update the position. Item.position equals get parent.position. There we go. Then we would like to be able to move. We got the flashlight. It's gone. If I press P, it's back. Can I pick it up again? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Here we go. Okay. Now our vision is going insane, which is, you know, how the game is meant to be played. All right, oxygen almost out. It's gone. Okay. Hold on. I just want to appreciate this in a bigger size. Oh, something I did want to do is adjust the probabilities for these tiles. I feel like there's too much. It'd be more interesting if 80%, 70% of the tiles were the black stuff. Yeah, okay. All of our functions work as we expect them to work. We have ability to drop from the belt. We have the ability to pick up from the belt. What we don't have is items in the belt do things. I don't think we want things from the belt to do anything. That's passive storage. But we do want things from our tool slots to work. So did I switch the flashlight to being a tool? I did. So now we want to be able to equip and unequip items in our belt. So we need to have first of all, we need to be able to list the belt. We got our UI. So our inventory handler should be responsible for drawing the inventory when we request it. So when we press the I key, request inventory, show me a list of everything in the belt. I feel like weapons and tools should always be on the screen, so we don't need a button for that. But I want to be able to, when I equip the flashlight, my vision range increases. And then when I unequip it, my vision range decreases. Seems simple enough. Do I add those here into the UI? Because I feel like if I attach them to the player, then they're going to be moving around. They're going to inherit the player's position, and I don't want that. So I'm off to work. Bye. Have fun. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Well, let's just do it. You know, we just got to do it. Add child node. Is there a Godot way to do this? Hold on. What if I type inventory? Nope, obviously not. Ridiculous. Canvas. Text. Edit. Rich text label. Label. These are labels, right? Inventory. Okay, so what we can do is we can just have the inventory handler constantly keeping this updated, and through the label handler, and then pressing the I key just hides and reveals this, and also switches our input to, if we press I and then we press 1, we will equip whatever's in the 1 slot. If we press I and then 2, we'll equip whatever in the 2 slot. You know, that kind of thing. Not complicated, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, let me. No, I'm not going to write down. I'm just going to do. We don't have time to write. We're in a game jam. We're almost out of time. How much time do we have left? 22 days. It's already been a day. Let's go ahead and make this work. Okay, so our label handler, we're going to give it our belt. We're just going to give it the belt, and it's going to iterate through, and it's going to see every item in there. So every item needs to be able to represent itself as a string. So items, var name equals, nope, we're not doing that. Var name. Okay, we're not calling it name. We're calling it name string. That's not a name. That's a name string. Then our flashlight, their name string equals flashlight. That's what's going to show up in our inventory. Maybe instead of name string, I should call it inventory string. Inv string. That makes it more apparent what that is for. So we will go through each item in our belt. We will look at the inv string and we'll list it. Maybe we don't directly access the inv string. Maybe we call a function. Func get inventory string. And then we return, for the case of the flashlight, flashlight inactive. assuming that it is inactive, or we can, you know, change it to active if we feel like. Let's go back to the items. We need to declare that function. We don't need to, but I'm doing it because I feel like it. And I've already forgotten. Get inventory string. Sick. Let's go ahead and shrink that down. Should I have saved before starting this? Saved, I meant commit. Yes, I should have. Added basic inventory functionality. Added inventory label. We haven't done that yet, but we're doing it right now. Take our label handler. Okay. Update invbox. So let's create a function. Func update invbox. And we have an inventory, right? Do we? This is going to update everything. So I need this to just be aware of the UI. And then we can call UI.topLabel and UI.whatever inventory. Where are we calling top label? There it is. Whatever. UI.inventory label. No, I feel like this is fine, actually. Equals, just kidding, we need to have the array list for our items. Item list, array item. Var final message for message in message array. Nope. For item in item list. What if we take the final message dot append can we have multiple? No. Can we have multiple things in a for loop? Because it would be nice to also have a number. For loop. Godot for loop. Tell me about this for loop. For I in dict, for I in range. No, we can only have one element at a time. We can have multiple for loops, so you know this isn't a problem. It just would have been cooler if I could say for I item in 1 to 10 item list. For I in, oh shoot, no, I don't want to have two loops. No, that's wrong. Var count equals 1. Append count dot space item dot get inventory string. Count plus plus. If count dot, nope, dot. It's an int. If count is less than so the idea is that we're listing the belt. So we need to know how big the belt is. We need the max size of the belt, and that's in the inventory handler. So we need to get the player. So to get the player, we need to go get parent, get player, dot player, dot inventory handler, dot num item slots. It feels like there's a better way to do this. It feels like there's a better way to do this. Let me think. Getting this number, there's not a better way. No, I think this is just how it is. Final message.append count. No, there's a better way. Okay. For I in this honkin' number, if item list equals item is, how do I determine if something is something? Godot, how to tell if something is something. A type. It was something really, really obvious. Is, yeah, thanks. Is item. We don't need that. We do need that. And we want this range to start from 1. So how do I do ranges in Godot? Starts from B, increases by steps of 1, and stops before N. Before N. No. One plus 1. There we go. Else final dot append count dot new line. Done. All right, that should work. Then we take these and make it our inventory label. Why is this complaining? Oh, because I don't have a colon. I don't need this count anymore. We're doing I. That should do it. If I hit play, we should just see the inventory. Oh, class exit must implement item.getInventory string. Oh, shoot. Oh no, that's not a good sign. parser error, then member inv string already exists in the parent class item. Thanks. Could not resolve flashlight because of a parser error. Thanks. Flashlight doesn't have... Why is this unexpected identifier inv string in class body? Ah, we need to set it in an init. There we go. Identifier item not declared in the current scope. Oh. Where's my inventory label? What? Why isn't it appearing? No, don't put it there. Where is it? Text. Oh, I'm never calling the function. I forgot to add the function to the inventory handler. Okay, so we've made this cool function, update invbox. Now we go to the inventory handler. Anytime we add or remove, get parent dot label handler dot update invbox. Anytime we drop, anytime we add, we don't need a return here anymore. Okay. Ooh, the invalid call to function update invbox in node this expected an argument. Fair enough. We forgot to give it the entire list of items. Oh, and we're exporting these. I don't remember why we were doing that. Out of bound index. And item list I. We've already proven that that works. What? It didn't work? Out of bound index, get 1. Okay, so we can't even call this on something that doesn't exist. So instead of this check, what we're going to do is item list dot length is less than I. And it's not length, it's size. Non-existent function append in base string. Well, how did this work? Oh, we're using pluses. Oh. So we're doing that. Invalid operands. Rump. Yeah. Out of bound index 2. How is that possible? Oh, I have this backwards. Okay, where's the flashlight? If I press P, I dropped it. Why is it not? Item list.get inventory string print. Can we print the item list at this point? Oh, I know why. It's because this array is 0 indexed, but we're passing in an I. Oh, that's annoying. Oh, but we're starting at 1. All right, we got to start at 0. And then we just add 1 here. There it is. We got the flashlight, but it's inactive. And then if we kill this guy first, and then we drop the flashlight, there it is. Pick it up, drop, pick it up, drop, pick it up, drop, pick it up, drop. All right. I'm going to say that is technically functionality. I'm going to go ahead and commit that. It's ugly. It's not good, but it works. And as soon as we implement item or tool slots and weapon slots, like we'll have a functional inventory system. That's not true. We need to also hide and make the inventory appear and have keyboard handlers for that. But hey, let's do that. We can do that real quick. But first I'm going to actually pause for a second because I need to take a break. So I'll be right back. I'm just going to wait a minute. Why is 11 there? Excuse me while I fix a bug before I take a break. We do not have 11 slots in our belt. We got 10. Also, one more thing. There we go. Okay, there we go. Technically an inventory. All right, I'm going to take a break. Be right back. We're gonna go ahead and get those tool slots and weapon slots in. And then I think that's a good... what do I have for my notes? This is the plan? Oh, this is the plan. Basic inventory management, proper complex combat. I mean, we can try. I can try. Combat should be a little less winging it, because I have more of a plan. Hold on one second. Let us so we're gonna have 2 tool slots, and they're gonna always be visible. I would like them to be in the top right corner. Okay, so I see text. Actually, I don't want that to be there. I would like that to be invisible, and then we make it visible whenever we press the I key. Let's go over here. Add new action P, inventory. I don't know why we're calling him P. Player. Okay, and if the event dot is action pressed is P inventory, we want to switch the game to inventory mode where we don't accept other functions. If we open the inventory up, we don't want to be able to move while the inventory is open. We want every button to close the inventory or do something. So we want to set a move. What is it called? Mode. Var mode. And then I think we're going to want some enums. Enum game mode. Move inventory. We'll have more modes. Oh. We go back to main. We're going to set this as an int, and we're going to say that the mode for this game by default is 0. Nope, we're not. That's not how you do that. 0, and then well, actually, we can do that. We can do this. Mode dot or equals enums dot game mode dot move. We'll get back to that. If mode equals game enums dot game mode dot move, and so we can only move when the game mode is set to move. Enum mode equals enums dot game mode inventory. And then we take our label handler, show inventory, hide inventory. And that's just inventory label dot visible equals true. Func hide inv. Okay. Let's call these functions. Main. We've got label handler dot show inv. Cool. And then for now, as a placeholder, if enums dot game mode, nope, if mode equals game mode dot inventory, mode equals if event is input event key and mode. If we press the key and we're in the inventory, then mode is enums.gameMode.move, cancel the inventory, label handler.hide inv. Done. All right. We press I. Okay, we don't have an inventory right now, and it should start hidden. We can go ahead and make that so. Get rid of this, because that's just for a placeholder. Where is the visibility? There it is. It's not visible. Don't want to see it. We press I. Okay. Okay. Hold on. And event dot is action pressed p inventory equals false. And expected expression. Okay, how did I get this working? Do I need another tab here and here? What? Expected expression after the AND operator. Really? Why does it work here but not there? Oh, is it because I don't have parentheses? Oh, okay. There we go. So now when we press I, should... That's not right. input event key. What are the options? Because I don't want it to flicker like that. Oh, okay. Godot event types. Okay, hold on. Idea. What if I print out what the event is? Print event. Okay, but why is this input event key code 73? I don't know. Well, maybe what we do is we don't have a mode for now. And we have the label handler.hide event happen. When you move. So I press I can see the inventory until I move. Fine. Not ideal. Okay. Let's make some tool slots. We already have tool slots. Now let's make a tool function. So tools, I want there to be the possibility that tools could be passive or active. Func active. Boolean. Func think. Nope, this is not be a func, this should be a var. Var active. Func think. Do think. So tools think while they are in the player's inventory. They don't do anything on the ground. What was the nomenclature we used for mobs? It was like take turn. Take turn. I also want to have a func on activate and a func on deactivate. These are all abstract. So you can turn them on, you can turn them off, and then they take a turn while they're in the player inventory. That's it. Now we have to, I don't think I need colons here. Now we have to implement them for the flashlight. Okay, we got to do that. Func on activate. For the mob, take turn gets the level. Okay, maybe I want that for the tools as well. Maybe I want the player. Player. You have to pass in the player to take the turn. No. No. Because I set a thing here. Items shouldn't pass the level around. I think that should apply to the player as well. Items shouldn't pass the player around. Okay, back to the flashlight. On activate. On activate should happen when we're in an inventory. So get parent dot get parent dot player dot vision range plus equals 2. And then func on deactivate. We should also set we have a Boolean in the item. Nope, in the tool. Active. Active is true. Return the vision range back to normal. And then we have to do a think. Func take turn. Do we have a energy control? How are we adjusting the energy bar? What is updating the HP bar? Update UI. Okay, so the main function has an update UI. So if we change the player's energy, func subtract energy, func change energy. Func drain energy amount int equals 1. Bool if energy is less than amount, energy equals 0, return false, else energy minus equals amount, return true. Let me go back to the flashlight. While it's on, get parent dot get parent dot player dot drain energy 1 if we can't deactivate, or activate equals false. I should do on deactivate. If active, and doing this, calling this function should drain energy, and then if we're successful, nothing happens. But if we fail, if this is false, then we deactivate. Yeah, there it is. We're done. This flashlight is functional. We don't need this anymore. It would be nice to not have to call get parent all the time, but I don't know how to fix that. And I don't know if that is a fixable thing. We now need to call these functions every time we activate. So we have the tool slots. How we put items into the How we put items from the belt into the tool slot? I don't know. That I do not know, because we can't switch mode, because I don't know how to make it so that while we're in the inventory, did you press a key? I want to be able to press I, and then, so pressing down generates an event and letting go of I generates an event. That's the problem. I need to be able to say only presses count for getting rid of the mode. Releasing the key should not. Using input event. All right, whatever. Open that browser, see if I care. Hold on. It's fine. Is action pressed? Input event key. Event.pressed. Can we try that? So if mode enums dot game mode dot move and all that, okay. If mode enums dot game mode dot so I should honestly have something where, like, if mode equals I should honestly have this as a nested if statement. So if this is the mode, then evaluate. Are we doing all this movement? Are we doing P drops. We should not be able to drop inventory through the P drop button. We should not be able to open up the inventory while we're in the inventory. You know? And then over here, else if event is pressed. Was that what? I wish I hadn't closed the thing. Event dot pressed. So we're in the inventory mode. If we do event.pressed, then we should set the mode back to move. Hide the little handler. And move on with our lives. Open the inventory. Invalid access to property or key pressed on a base object. Okay, if event is how do I get around that? Input event key. Is that? If event is and event.pressed. So like the mouse doesn't count. This doesn't end. Pressing a move key, pressing literally any key closes the inventory. Which is almost what we want. Okay. Also check if you. I'm always checking if me. Oh. Never mind. If we're in the inventory game mode, we want to look for like 1 through 10, the buttons 1 through 10. So if we press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, we want to do a thing. Activate. Put the thing in the tools. Right? Check if you're pressing the inventory button. I don't know why I would do that. Because I'm already on the inventory screen. So pressing the inventory button would... that's the behavior I want. Why are these blank? Oh, it's because the update UI doesn't get called until... And it should. I don't think we need this. Yeah, that's better. Okay, now if I press any key, that closes the inventory. What I want to do is we listen for number keys. So do I have to map every number key? P1. This is tedious, but I don't know. Sure. P9 and P10. 0. Okay, I also want to change the drop key to be D. Is that going to mess things up if I have D mapped to P right and P drop? Let's find out. I don't want it to be D. That's... I would like to add a new mode. The drop mode. Where's my enums? Drop. So the way that's gonna work, the way I have things handled right now, the game should crash. No, it doesn't crash when I pick up the flashlight. It just, I've declared functions and they don't do anything. Let's implement dropping right now. It shouldn't be that hard. We are going to just set up a new mode, elif the game mode is drop. And we can drop from move. If we do, it's just like opening up the inventory, but we switch to mode drop. Oh, I already have P drop specified. Okay. Now I have to do if event action is P1. Inventory handler dot drop. Gonna invent a new function because I don't want to have to think very hard. Drop slot. Drop belt slot. Nope, I. Okay. Inventory handler not declared in the current scope. Well, that's not true. Player dot inventory handler. And then we switch the game back to move mode. got to be a less tedious way to do this. Press D. Oh, I can't let that happen from the move screen because D is move and go right. So I need to unbind that. I don't know why I didn't think that would be a problem. I mean, I was curious. It does both, for the record. It does both. But I gotta implement 9 and 10. Do I need to -1 this? Yeah. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Here we go. So we pick this up, we press I, we press D. Game mode, and if we press a key, switch back to move mode. Elif. All right, there we go. Now, if we press I, and then we press D, and then we press 1. Now, there's no indication that we're in drop mode right now. I'm pressing 1 and nothing's happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Amazing. So, problem, we forgot to hide the inventory after we swapped back. Oh boy, okay. I see the problem. The problem is if we're in drop mode, literally any input is going to change this back to move mode. So we need to grab this. And put it here. Okay, so we go over here, open up the inventory. I pressed I, now I press D, now we're in drop mode. Now if I press 1, there it is. If I press D directly from move mode and press 1, there it is. Great. Can I get 2 flashlights? I'll drop 2. There it is, drop 1. There they are. Oh, I can't pick this flashlight up anymore. Why is that? Why is that? Get out of here. Okay, so I have 2 flashlights, dropping item 1, dropping item 0. That's that flashlight, but not this one. Invalid access to property or key. What? What? Does this thing have no parent? when I drop this, the parent should be, oh no, this is already dropped. That means the parent wasn't set up properly when it was dropped. So let's go to the inventory handler. We're doing drop item from belt. Doing add item here. Is this not getting added to the level? So item promises are not getting resolved. I guess. Let's see how that's going out. Okay, item promises get resolved twice per movement, which is too many times. So that's definitely not the problem. What if we get a third flashlight? Drop 1, drop 2, drop 3. Invalid access of index 2 on a base object. Well, okay. I should do a bounds check. If I is less than item slots dot size. Okay, let's try and drop 3 flashlights. Okay, I dropped flashlight number 3 and I can't pick it up. Okay. So the item promises are absolutely happening. They're happening too many times. That's a different problem to solve. It's calling item promises.clear, deleting the items that I'm adding to this other array because it's, I don't know. I don't think it should do that. What if every move we print out the item, print items. Okay, so there's 2 items. Makes perfect sense. There's still 2 items. That doesn't make any sense. No, that shouldn't be. Hold on. Okay, we're back to 2 items. No, there's still 2 items. Okay, now if I drop that and I drop that, there's still 2 items. Hello? Why are there only 2 items? There should be more than 2 items. Uh-oh. My test stream fell asleep. print appending item to array items. Print the item is appended. Array items. Okay. So I should drop a flashlight. It never gets appended. This never gets called. Okay. Promises are getting resolved. Okay. Okay, if I drop the flashlight, nothing. Oh, resolving promise. Ref counted. Negative 9223371. But it's not getting added to the thing. What is the op? What is the op? That should be an add, so it should be a 1. Resolving promise 0. Why is it 0? Oh. Oh. Whoops. Okay, and then we drop this, and that looks like correct. Yeah, this is correct behavior. Can we drop 2 flashlights? There they are. Can we pick them both up? Yeah, we can pick them both up. Whoops. All right, we don't need these print lines. We figured out the bug. It was a dumb bug. It was a stupid bug. It was a bug. Why are you warning me? The parameter sign has the same name as a built-in function. Math int sign. Thank you. The parameter chord is never used in this function. It's your function. What was I doing? I was handling dropping objects. I thought I had it implemented so that I could drop objects, and then they pulled me back in. You press D, you get the flashlight. You press D, you can drop 2 flashlights. Okay, this is working as expected. It's not pretty, but it's working as expected. So, what was I doing? I was trying to get flashlights to think. Oh, I need to be able to activate items. So, let's just do it for item 1. Elif event dot is action pressed P1 player.inventory handler.activate 0. We need a function activate. Func activate I. If we have an item there, if item slots I is a tool, then we activate it. So I need to remove it from the belt before I add it to the tool slot, because I can't, I mean, I could have it in both slots, but that's annoying. And I don't have a function for removing it from the belt that doesn't drop it. Func move from belt. Okay. No, I don't want a function that does this. I just want to handle it. Remove from belt. So we can just erase. Var tool equals item slots I. Item slots dot erase tool. Add to equip tool. Tool. There we go. That will activate it. For now, we don't have any way to show that off, so we're just gonna open up our inventory, press 1. That doesn't even close the inventory. Great. It's still in our inventory. We didn't remove it. That did not do what I was hoping it would do. Are we doing this? Are we doing this? We are doing this. So why is it still in the belt? I probably need to like erase it. I need to do a lot more magic than what I'm doing. Okay, so that's why we have function move from belt. Okay. That should make this go away once we do. Yeah, okay, it works. Hold on. Oh, I can't press the number keys to close. Oh, I can't press 1 to close. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. That's a problem I'd recognize and will not do anything about. What if we move on? We have inventory label. What if we add the tool labels? Agile node label. Okay. Let's go back to our label handler. We got more scripts to write. We have so many more scripts to write. We're not going to show or hide the toolbox, the tool label. All right, when we're doing update invbox, let's also do update toolbox. Okay. Final message equals that. For I in range. Get all this. Why am I passing the item list when I can just go get it? All right, now we're gonna make our own function. Func update toolbox. And then we go back to our inventory handler and we go, you know how you're calling the inventory box? Also call the toolbox every time we equip and unequip a tool. Great. All right. So now when we go to put this up, we put it in our toolbox, in our tool slot. Can't get it out. I have no way of getting that out right now. That's fine. I would like my player now, every time they do a thing, how do we activate tools? I don't know. I got to think about this UI more. Like what is the use case for how we activate items? Accessing our belt 1 through 10 makes perfect sense. Accessing our tools A, B, C, D, I don't know. That might be it. A, B, C, D. All right, we go to our flashlight. This inventory string, now that we have the active boolean, if active, else, turn. All right. And then we go to the player. We go to the movement handler. Player.doMove. Okay, so we go to the entity. No, we go back to the movement handler. For item player dot inventory manager. It'd be better to make a function here. Take items take turn. Item takes turn. For items in, okay, level do item turns. Tool, do tool turns. Back to the player. Okay, for tool in inventory manager dot tool list. What is it? Tool slots. Tool dot thing, do turn, take turn. Identifier inventory manager, inventory handler. Okay. And then just to see if this works. Okay. Don't need this node printing anymore. Unnecessary. Try again. Okay, we take our flashlight and we equip it, and now our flashlight is thinking every turn. So it's capable of affecting the world. And the way it's going to affect the world is by draining my energy and doing nothing else. But, you know, now we need to activate it. instead of activate, let's call this use built slot. And then where are we calling that function? There we go. Let's say let's say the A key is the activate key. And then let's have a new mode, activate. A. We press A, we go into the activate mode. Go into the enum, we gotta define it. Okay, now we go to main. This is getting complicated. If the game mode is activate, then yeah. Activate tool. Okay, if we're in the inventory mode, okay, we're gonna have to probably gonna have to spend an entire day fixing this because I'm probably missing a design pattern that I'm supposed to be using because this is nonsense what I'm writing right now. This is pure nonsense. Expected an indentation. Yeah, that's fair. A. That brings up the inventory. It shouldn't, but it does. Oh, I can't leave. I'm actually trapped now. What? If the game mode is activate, if the event is an input event key, and the event is pressed, switch back to move. Why isn't this being called? Oh, I see the problem. Whoops. A. Now we can move. Put that in there. Now we can activate. Well, I can call this function. It doesn't exist, so it's gonna crash. Non-existent function activate tool in base node. Yes. Let's actually try that, but let's put the item in. Yeah. Let's set up activate tool now. Func use tool slot activate tool. No, it should be use tool slot. Okay. if the tool is activated, then deactivate it. Tool.active equals false. Tool.deactivate. Else tool, we don't need tool.active equals true. Drawstring outline tool.activate. Oh, we need to equip it. And then out of bounds get index 0. Oh, my bad. I fix. All right. Import that sucker, activate it. Non-existent function, activate. All right, what is it? What is it called? On activate? On activate, my bad. Invalid access to property or key player. Okay, so we're the item. At this point, we're in an inventory handler. I think if we're in an inventory handler, this is the player. So there is no dot player. Like, activate. Okay, is there a vision range property on the player? No, it's just vision. Okay, brilliant. Just keep making these mistakes. Okay. So we have the flashlight. Now we can equip it. I just noticed that this said tool, but now it doesn't. We've activated the flashlight. No, not that one. That one. Okay. Pick up the flashlight. Activate the flashlight. Now our energy is going down and our vision is increased. So the functionality is there now. Oh, it's just really ugly. It's just really messy. It does not have the UI. It doesn't have any of that pop. Anything that makes this feel satisfying to play. We have to make it actually click together. That feels like that could be an entire day. Okay, let me write out some stuff for me to do, because I'm running out of energy. Fix input mode shift. Make input mode shifting more satisfying and obvious what is happening. Add message strings for dropping items, activating items. and deactivating items. So it's more obvious what's happening. And we do those two things, and then at some point we have to get a proper UI. Refactor input mode. Maybe this needs to be a handler. So main input comes in, immediately throw that to a handler, let the handler take care of that. Maybe that's what we do. Yeah. Oh, let me go back to the label handler and this toolbox. Tools, sorry. So we should be able to equip a tool. Why is that not working? A1, A1, I1. Oh, because I don't, A1 activates the tool, but I don't have a tool there. When I activate the tool, it should update the label as well. We have a function to update. Where is it? Here it is. We'll just call that function. After we use the tool slot. I think there is good. Yeah. Okay. Equip. Active. Now it's active. All right, let's see if we can deactivate. Okay, great. Definitely don't have the energy to implement the entire combat system we have planned out. So I'm just gonna stop here. This is good though. We've committed a lot of sins, and also we're gonna commit our work. Made the flashlight a tool. We can activate it and drop items, but not really, because the way we've implemented it, we can only do that to the item in tool slot 1 because I'm too lazy to do the rest. But I'm not done yet. Can only drop slot in item 1. Item in slot 1. Okay. So we've abstractified the mob. We've added HP bar for mobs. We figured out how to make the top message less basic. Got basic inventory management in. This is absolutely in. We don't have weapons managed yet. We'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll add in weapons. We'll do all of this. We'll clean it up. We'll make this a proper thing that we can start adding content for this weekend. We need to add this as well. So tomorrow is going to be a busy day. We've got a lot planned. But if we can do that, then we're in an excellent position for this game jam. Because if we're at the point where we're spamming content, we're pretty close to making the game. Everything that we add to the game makes it more playable. So, well, I mean, every feature I add makes it more playable. But like if I'm adding monsters, that makes it more interesting to play, as opposed to like whatever you call this. Programmer art, programmer graphics. All right. I'm gonna go deflate. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you had a good time. Hope things are going well for you. It's looking really good. Thank you. That's very generous of you. See you all next time.